Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we've got plenty of Insignia dev hot and fresh out the kitchen for you. Today I've just been sort of getting into things this morning. I got an email from somebody who works at Figma. And do you know what they said? They said, "Hi, I'm an engineer who works at Figma." And I was just wondering, why don't you use FigJam? And I said, it's not very good compared to Figma. I prefer Figma. So I was like, you guys, you don't realize how good Figma is if you think I should be using FigJam. Anyway, it was just a strange thing that happened. I hope that it turns into something. I want to like advise them. I want to tell them like how to make their software. All right, welcome everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and YouTube. Currently, heaps of people on Twitch in chat. Barely anybody on YouTube. Come on, YouTube pals. Give us a hello. I want to say a big thank you. We crossed 40k follows recently. Big thank you to most recent follower, Fusebox on Twitch, and most recent subscriber, Jester GG. 1 second. Just gonna change these glasses out. All right, we back. Yeah. So things are going pretty good with me. I'm pretty happy. Man, that video I put out on a couple of nights ago did not do well so far, but I think it will do well. I just think I mucked up the upload. I uploaded it and then I had to take it down because there was an issue with the edit, and then I was like quickly upload it again, and then the people who watched it the first time obviously weren't going to watch it the second time, so the algorithm hates my new video. But I think that long term search is going to be clutch for that video. Hey, Petrified Sunbeam. If you guys haven't watched the video, you should just give the algorithm a bit of a kick up the pants and go click on it, and then leave it running, muted, and then let it play all to the end. Okay, what else? Oh, another milestone that's coming up. My Sprite tutorial video is almost at 1 million views. That'll be my first 1 million view video, which is insane. So yeah, I don't even know how that happened. You know, some of these videos you put a whole weekend into, and nobody watches them. And some videos you spend an afternoon, and 1 million people watch them. How do you know what's what? Anyway, let's get into it, shall we? So yesterday, let's do a quick recap on what we were sort of doing. Yesterday, I was working on the combat system, particularly. This is like, we're still kind of quite deep in a thread here of like thinking, trying to achieve like one thing. So, pardon me. What I'm trying to do is basically streamline my enemy AI so that their behaviors are easier to create for me and easier to standardize in the player, well, easier to balance basically. Because, you know, there's a lot of overlapping systems, and I want to repeat myself as little as possible so that if I change something, it changes everywhere. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. G'day, Jump. So we managed to do quite a lot of that yesterday, particularly with this thing called character stun. So character stun is a function, well, state. Pardon me. You got made redundant. Oh, sorry. What will you teach us in the next tutorial? What do you want to learn? You tell me. Can you tell me why I can't learn a simple language like GDScript in Godot? Am I dumb? No, you just haven't had a good teacher yet. You'll get there. Should I go for Unity? They're basically very similar. If you have trouble with GDScript, you'll have trouble with C#. a voluntary redundancy. That sounds fun. So basically, I have this thing called like character stun. It's a stun state. Basically, when an enemy gets hit, they go but they go in different ways. Sometimes they go they get hit up in the air. Sometimes they go they get hit down on the ground. Sometimes they go they get hit horizontally, and sometimes they get back up again. And that's all part of the stun state. The state is actually a tree of states. So all of my state machines are hierarchical trees, and the stun state tree is one kind of module, one branch that usually lives quite high up the enemy behaviors. So yesterday we were trying to figure out how we might balance the game such that the player can't just hit them forever, hit enemies forever. Hey, Gasatatus. You know, the player, I have this, I guess, design philosophy where I want the player to be able to use their skills in the game to the extent that the game lets them. Or I should say, to the extent that the animation system lets them. I don't really want to have stamina in the game anymore. I just feel like it's kind of a dud concept for me. So I'm trying to balance the play out in a way that's a bit more AI, like behavior driven, right? So having enemies be better rather than me putting a bridle over the player and saying, no, you're not allowed to hit them now. So that's just kind of where the game's gone. And yeah, yesterday we broke out all this stuff and simplified it and made it so that every enemy sort of has access to the character stun without having to declare it. It sort of declares itself now. So that was all kind of in service of trying to work on the Wolverine enemy. But you know what? I'm not actually sure. I got this feeling that, like, right now, he's not a great representative of the game in terms of like how it works and what it's about. Particularly his character design. It's very bland, and I'm just a little concerned that that there might be better alternatives to this guy right now that do his job. Particularly this little dude, the Martin. I just feel like he's kind of like a more cooler caricature. Wolverine might be made redundant, that's right. So it's not that he's gone forever. It's more just like the amount of time and energy I'll have to put into him to give him that life that I want him to have might just be more trouble than it's worth. Particularly, I just want to sort of draw your attention to something. And it's very unfortunate that it's like this, but this is unfortunately what happens when you learn game dev and become a better animator as you're building your game. Hey, Buckington, thank you so much. Thank you for the 10 bits. So if you look, like particularly like his walk animation, what does the walk animation say about this guy? What does it say? It's quite casual, it's quite relaxed, it's quite loping and, you know, whatever. I like it a lot as an animation. I think it's very well animated. But it's not an aggressive walk. So if the player is in a situation where they're fighting this guy, I might have to do a second walk to make it a bit more like, I'm coming after you kind of thing, right? A more obvious walk that relates to his, you know, his state. And I have this issue in general with this. There's a lot of animation frames here, but I don't think I'm getting a lot of value for them. I think like all of these frames amount to something that, yeah, he's a bit friend-shaped as well. That's right. As a character, there aren't many features about him. Right? He just doesn't have a lot of characteristics. It's just like a brown, kind of bearish looking Wolverine sloth guy. And this is one of those things where, like, at the top level, at the design level, the identity behind this guy was supposed to be something a bit more big and scary. And, you know, when I drew this guy, I drew him like, you know, in almost for a game that was a bit more cute and a bit more small than the game has become. And all of these details are very intricate, but they're hard to animate. And the way that I would reapproach this guy now, given the game's systems, would be much more purposeful, right? I would give him a specific move that he was designed around, and I would make him look like he was designed to do that move, and then I would make him do that move as his primary way of, like, you know, moving around. You know, even the goat has a better identity than the Wolverine. And it doesn't help that the player's height is about the same size as the Wolverine, which is, in real life, yeah, if there's a big sloth coming towards you that's exactly your height, that's scary. But in a video game, it's almost like he needs to be like twice as big. And it's just that underappreciation of the power of caricature and sort of like, you know, the Disneyfication of what I'm doing here, like making it more cartoony, is something that I didn't really appreciate at the time. I just didn't, you know, when I started working on the game, it was something that I didn't have the best grasp of. And, you know, unfortunately at this stage, he's a Wolverine, but he's like a were Wolverine. That's kind of like his design. He's just like a big Wolverine that walks on 2 feet. So yeah, I just think maybe he's not, like, if I can use him, I'll use him. But for the time being, like, maybe he's just too much work to be a good representative of the game right now. So what else have I been doing today? I've been doing some tile set tessellation stuff, just making this feel and flow a little bit better. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a bit more variety to it. I got to do a bit of work here though. Have I got hot reload on? I do. Why is that looking like that? It's not supposed to look like that. Oh, it does look different. I just didn't import it. So, like, I've even done a better version of this. The sloth concept is, like, way cooler. It's like a big sort of like entish sloth. He's kind of like got grass growing out the back. And even this I would do differently than I did, right? Like, I would probably today make this a little softer. But like, this guy is much taller. He's much more interesting, much more angular. He just has more of a... There's just more going on, you know? So, and you can jump on his back and walk around. There's like function to his design that feels more obvious. So that's like something that, you know, I, as a designer, have gotten better at doing. You know, even like I kept, like, all the details are there. You know, the long hands, the kind of paunched belly, the tail, all the details are there. But they're just in a package that just feels more like it has a function in the game. And that's something that, man, I wish I could explain this in a better way. But a lot of the things in my game that are new are better for that reason. They have more function. Like, these walls here feel like they're supposed to be slid on and climbed up. They look like that, right? It's like a visual design affordance thing. And, you know, even like this enemy, how can I make him feel like he's supposed to be there? Maybe I can give him a little camp, you know, some tools and bags and things that he's got around. Maybe I can make this feel like more of a cave, you know, make it more of an interior. And maybe inside that interior, I can put some like hanging draped curtains and things. Not curtains, but, you know, stuff, you know. And some of that, it's about understanding what the game is, like mechanically. If there's an enemy that does a thing, well, can I put them in a place such that it looks like they do that thing there? You know what I mean? Just the depth of intent and storytelling. So, We'll get there. Oh, speaking of world building, man, I've been reading Earthsea, A Wizard of Earthsea. Ursula Le Guin is such a good writer. Holy moly. I'm reading this book and I'm just being completely transported. I'm just like astounded at how, maybe it's been a while since I read a fantasy book, but like the way she writes makes me feel like how I should design the game. It's like I'm so inspired by how much intent there is in the words she writes to create a kind of narrative space. It's this exact thing that I'm describing, but just like not lyrically, verbally, lexically. She just, oh man, just so efficient, so good. So I think like today, you know, maybe we give this guy a bit more animation and stuff. Like he's pretty good right now. If I just look at his state tree, what has he actually got going on? It's got quite a lot. Idle, he can patrol, he can stand guard, he can engage. He's got one shock, he's got one chase, laugh, and then he's only got one attack, I think. Where's his attack? Swings. That's the only attack he's got. But maybe I'll give him something else as well. I'm reading A Wizard of Earthsea. I'm actually reading the entire Earthsea set. But I'm starting with the Wizard, obviously. That's the first one. So I can give him like 2 or 3 different like attacks and have him mix them up, and one maybe will be like a jump back with like a throwing like some kind of a, I don't know, spikes or something. I don't know. We'll make him do something fun. But yeah, I think like this enemy was so quick to make, and he has such a straightforward way of like approaching the player. But I also didn't want him to be too complicated. So maybe I'll just give him like another animation and that's it. Right now he's borrowing animations from a boss. I also had the idea of giving them like way more little clothes and stuff. So, what are my thoughts about Unity? Gosh, I've got so many thoughts, but basically it is a well-established and competent engine for small and mid-sized game development studios. Unfortunately, the company is not structured in such a way where they put a lot of time into polishing their features. They're more interested in announcing new features. And beyond that, more recently, there are doubts I have about the long-term direction of the company in terms of their licensing and purchasing decisions as a company. So I don't have a lot of trust in the company, but the tool's fine. Yeah, Unity itself is great. Cool. So let's do some sort of attack. Did I go to college? I did, yes. I'm using Unity. 2D Fighter. Oh, wow. Well, thanks for watching. Will there be a variant of this enemy that studies medicine? Doc Martens. Ha 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 ha. See you, Buckington. Okay. So I think like a two-handed just overhead chop would be fine as a good start. When looking at pixel art, can you tell right away what the dimensions of a character are, or do you have a method to determine that? Do you mean like without the grid? Like just looking at pixel art on the internet or something? I can guess pretty well, but I don't think that it's that important to be able to... It's a weird skill to have, you know? Like, it's not that important to be able to do that. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good at it. I could say... Let's have a look. Like this guy, that's like 32 pixels tall, probably. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, it's about 32. These characters are much taller. They're more like 80. These characters are more like 40. Maybe 36. Let's check that. $40. Yeah. Pretty good. Huh? Not bad. My character's like 50. It's like 48. Just look at a bunch of game. I mean, you can do what I just did. Just copy some images into your sprite editor. Make sure that 1 pixel in the image is 1 pixel in your editor, and then just drag the box and just see how big it is. You can look down here. It actually tells you in ASprite. So, and the grid is 16 pixels. So 16, 32, 48, 64. do you put each body part on a separate layer? Sometimes. Depends. If it's like a keyframe animation, I just do one big thing. If it's straight ahead animation, I put it on different layers. It just depends on, like in this case, it might be easier for me to just do all of this. Like on just the body, the top body layer, and just draw it out. So I'm just going to draw the blade across the different animation frames. So I think this is the key. This is like the big frame that matters. It is, it's pretty easy now, yeah. I've been animating for, I don't know, like 12 years? How old am I? 32? More? 15? I've been animating since I was about 16. I have experience animating, but I'm self-taught, so maybe that experience isn't worth it quite as much as it would be if I went to like an animation school or something. It's kind of interesting. He's gonna do like a chop, but I don't feel like I'm feeling it yet. Trying to think about how his skeleton would work. Like he's very S-shaped. So I think maybe he'd stand up tall on one leg. You have one like this, like up here. Yeah, and he'd be like kind of overly, he's like balanced, he's like off balanced. That's right, good morning NBA. I'm just doing it so that I can see the body parts a little more easily, and sometimes I'm using it to also think about the lighting. So where the body part is facing. So like this here, that lets me see the top of the knee. You see? It's kind of easier to look at it. But people can't, they have to, the elbows go forward. So like this is not really possible. You kind of have to bring the head like up. So that the shoulders are further back. So the shoulders don't feel so extended back. And then you can compensate by having the tail seems to work. What does this knife look like? Got a nice big handle on it. So that kind of works. Hey, how do you know which frame you're going to work on next? What I'm doing is I'm picking out the frames that feel like they are the most important ones. So for me, imagine you're prototyping this, right? Imagine that you want to put this in the game as soon as possible. In order to do that, the key poses, if you were to take the animation and then like take all of the fidelity out of the frames, so you only have like, if you had to have 2 frames, what would the 2 frames be? The 2 frames would be back and swing. That would be the 2 frames. So I'm working on those first so that I can get them in the game sooner. And then I can start feeling how they feel and start shaping them to be a bit more paced. That's very different from how I'll do like a run animation, where I'll just draw the whole thing in one go. Or this patrol here, like anything that loops, you can kind of just do it based on beats, right, and feeling. Whereas this, because it's got a hitbox on it, and because it's about timing, it's about combat balance, I need to think more about, like, sooner than later, I need to validate the range of this attack. I need to make sure it works. My favorite movie with animation, like my favorite example of animation. Look, I don't really have too much of a... I love Studio Ghibli, but I don't hold them in such high regard that like I think of them as better than Disney or anything like that. I think Disney's great as well. It just, I respect all animation, you know? It's not like, I don't have like a, you know, a favorite or anything. So like even this, like I placed this here kind of like assuming that it'd be where it wants to be, but kind of want it to be more like here. Swinging, I've been playing a lot of golf recently, or like practicing to play golf. And this kind of thing, is so, it's become so second nature to me now, thinking about how to swing a thing. So like this frame is really important. I'll work on this one now. So his shoulders will be hunched over. His leg will be cast back this way. This leg will be like this. Because he's an animal, he's got animal leg shapes. We need to think a lot about how long his feet are when they're planted on the ground, and then we can think about everything else. Maybe I'll separate now the body from the weapon. I'll place this on torso, and I'll do the same for this. Just now it'll make it a lot easier for me to draw this over that. What? There we go. Maybe as far across as we can get it. It needs to be very, like, super bent over. Hey, Reese Chew, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Do you think it's a compliment when games are always compared to popular titles? I feel like it's intended nicely, but it makes it harder to carve out a space that's your own. I think that's inevitable. I think it's okay to compare games, and I think making your own niche is something that you just have to do. I think, like, if you can ensure that the conversation, if you're doing the right thing, the conversation happens naturally, I think. That's kind of how I think about it. Like, people will want to talk about its original aspects if those aspects are, like, really clear. But if it is derivative, then yeah, it will be compared to other games. I mean, everything's a little bit derivative, but yeah, I just think that's, I don't know. I think that's how it works. I hope it's, I don't know. It's like, some of this is like what I want to be the case. So it's what I think is the case. Anyway. Let's add a smear. So, NC with a super chat, 5 USD. Thank you so much, NC. Hi, Adam. Recently found your channel and have already learned so much. Thank you so much for watching. Just wanted to throw some love and tell you thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, NC. Thanks, bud. It's a shame you can't have some sort of rig where you could adjust the character's movements using some sort of wireframe. Yeah, I mean, it's not that it doesn't, it's possible. Can you do a frame of flowing water or something flowing through the air like a feather? Yeah, I mean, like if you want to do like flowing water. Like, I mean, it's similar to this, right? Like a splash of water. So it's like bouncing off of a rock or something. Not that this is going to go anywhere, but... yeah, you might give it a bit of foam. I don't know. Stylus. This is a Wacom Intuos Pro. Intuos Small, not a Pro. That's the only accessory that I use. So even here, like we don't even have anything yet, but like we can at least appreciate this as an attack, right? It's like, oh yeah, like the sword, the knife is there and it goes like there. You know, and maybe what this ought to do is be a bit more square, because the hitbox will be square. And then we can think about like how far it should extend. Like if he's here, you know, maybe it should be a bit further. I just feel like it ought to be bigger because I know that the enemies have a hard time hitting the player. I want to make it a bit easier for him. Oh, thank you, Callie the Wizard. If you think that's good, the new demo is going to blow your socks off. Because that demo, I am proud of it. I do like the demo that I've got out there. But all right, he's going to hold this pose. And then he's kind of going to stand back up a little bit. I don't like, these frames are a little too evenly dispersed. Yo, I'm getting a phone call, pals. I'll be right back. Also, big thank you, Kelly the Wizard, for the follow. What's up? Can you use AEST on the iPad? I don't think so. I think there's a version in development. I think they're working on it, but it's not out yet. Hmm. This foot needs to be pivoted way out. I think this could be a little bit more. Just more exaggerated. And then maybe just really quickly, we'll just do the rest of the smears. With smears, the interesting thing here is that you kind of want it to feel like it's fast and slow at the same time. So you want to keep a lot of the volume, a lot of the like anchor points that make up the smear, you want to keep them around. So you're not making an animate from here to here quickly. You're animating the whole thing, and bits of it are sort of like just shifting. What's my opinion on the Great Depression? What could I possibly have to say about the Great Depression? I didn't live through it, so... Is that a serious question? What can I say? Wow, two of you at the same time. What's your opinion on the Great Depression? It was so great. You guys, that was a really impressive. How did you do that? Are you the same user? Zero point 0.333335. Okay. What do we have, 9? Is that 9 frames? Yes. Cool. That's quite a long way to go. Hey, Twilight Tactician, thank you so much for giving that sub to Ebuchadnezzar. Thank you so much. What a gentleman. Or what a gentle person. Knockback, hit stop, damage, effect vector. Let's not throw any hit stop on there, but let's make the knockback like 3. The damage, 15. The effect vector is, it's 1 on the x-axis. Everything else is fine. Okay, that's a move. We can throw that in the game. Let's make it happen. So, behaviors, attack. Oh gosh, I love when I do the right thing. Martin, overhead slash, done. Now he's got it in the game. Zone from animation, that's good. So now it actually knows how big the range is for the attack. This should live. Hey. Gotta fix that. Oh no, he's exactly in sync. How do I counterattack this? Wow. He actually... I think it needs another hold. Maybe 2. So why does that have so much why does Armin's block not block that? He just gets crushed. Does Armin have poise? He should. He's got 40 poise. The enemy does laugh at you. It's like... So why does Armin go straight into knockdown? Wait, why do I have so many of these? That's a little weird. Let's see what happens if I don't have that at all. Do I still take the hit? I still take the damage. Nice, that's how it should be, I think. Yeah, so actually Armin's backstep, I feel like there are too many. I mean, that's a lot of invulnerability frames. That's 3 frames of invulnerability. Also, where is the hitbox on this? Oh, it's not quite as far as it needs to be. And I'll make him slide a little bit forward. This is the great thing about animation in this kind of context, is you can actually get so much out of so little. All you need to do is make the character shift physically. You don't actually have to animate quite so much of their like pixels. You can just make them slide. Like, watch this. Like, that feels bigger now because he goes further across. And I can balance that a bit better. Now he kind of slides into you at the end. Maybe we'll go even further. Why not? It's always better to just exaggerate stuff, you know? Like, just make it more exaggerated. Most of this fight's under my head. Sorry. I'll fix that for you. Well, that's a lot. Particle systems. Yeah, there's a particle system when I'm jumping around on the ground. There are particle systems when I do specific attacks. Retrobox is custom, yeah. These particles aren't pixelated yet, but they used to be. I took the pixelation away temporarily. So I can make him get thrown back. I think this is like a little much. I can make him get knocked back, but I think what I want is when Armin takes damage while his block is up, I think I want him to sort of slide back at least a little bit and have like a little bit of a buckle animation. Just try something. Yeah, that does work. Oh, okay, this used to have a riposte inside of it. Evening by Digital. Well, what happens if I just say if was hit equals false, body dot velocity equals forward dot facing direction times -1 f times -4. Why not? Which is not really how you'd want to do that, but that didn't do anything. I think he should take the knockback if he's in the defending state, no matter what. How am I going to sort that out? I should have an event on characters. Well, it's really just the, well, I could put it on character stun. I could say on process impact, not even before process impact. There should be like a should enter. Take damage. And then should stun tells us like if we are an enemy and we're dying, if we are poise broken, if we are already stunned. Hey Trance. Hey Jason, thank you so much. Thanks for watching. Hey BioDigital. Sorry, just responding to a text. Okay, so what I want is to be able to send an event if there is a significant amount of knockback, but we don't take the damage, to at least send some event saying, hey, like knockback was received. And then the defend state can determine how it wants to process that. So this here is like, hey, like, are we supposed to get stunned? And then if the answer is like, no, we didn't get stunned, but we still took damage, I think we want to have an event on this called Unity event. This is using Unity events, Unity engine dot events, Unity event. Receive knockback event. And actually, this sort of doesn't even need to be an else. It could just be there. And we want to say how much knockback and in what direction. So it's just going to be a vector. Or we could just put the info in there. Collision info. Might just be better. But in that case, we might as well have this not even be here. This doesn't even need to be here at all, because this event's already something we can subscribe to from the life component. So then in defend, hey, thanks for the follows, everybody. Thank you so much. How does your code auto-generate? GitHub Copilot. So we have like, I never know what it's called. Hurt confirm event. Okay, so the problem with this is that this needs to be downstream from the hurt state. I need to make sure it happens after. And I don't know if I have a way of doing that just from the event callback. So maybe it should come from the stun module. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back in a little bit to process this. We back. All right. Let's figure this out. Calls after the stun state has decided not to go into stun. I think I was right the first time. A bit of a shame, but So now, huh? Where is that? Oh, it's here. Let's try that again. How does it work in stun? Props.knockback. It's just the scaled damage vector. That's all it is. Greetings, Fractal My Mic. Hey, Trance. Nice. Okay. It should probably work. Nothing. Okay. Oh, literally none of that is happening. Why? Because Armin's behavior doesn't bloody work that way. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, go again. Nice, it worked. I think you should take double the vector. Let's make it crazy. Nice. And I'd love to see a spark animation. So how did I do it when Armin hits an enemy? There's like a big ting, there's a big splash. What is that called? Particle container, energy particle. I have no recollection of how I did that system. Did I call it a hit flare? Hit flash? Hit marker? Oh gosh. Let me go find the name of the... Hit spark. So that's for hit confirm. Okay, well... Oh. Well, they should probably live. I shouldn't repeat this. But the hit sparks should be a more generic thing. If other characters are going to have swords and stuff, Armin should also get hit. Ah. I mean, it might be something where we want to differentiate between like swords and non-swords. But maybe also just anytime anything gets hit, it should just take a hit spark. Yo. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I mean, if something gets hit, should it not? That would be really cool if that works now. I mean, kind of. But I still didn't get the hip flare. Wait a second. I don't understand. What is this doing here? This probably shouldn't even exist. Oh, that's really bad. Wait a second. I'm actually really confused. I'm really confused. Why is this here? Why do I need this? I have this. Gandalf debugging. You gotta get the channel points for it. Yeah, he's a simple enemy. Why does character dot take damage exist? It's literally doing nothing. Okay. Gandalf debugging. Okay.
All right, all right. Here we sit, on the precipice of solving this riddle. I've spent time, an entire life age, staring at this screen, hoping to find something might ring a bell.
That's not very good. Let me try. I'll just get into it and then we'll just go into it. I have no memory of this place.
I have no memory of this place. Take damage. Life.hurt confirm event dot take damage. So here in this stun.should stun info.poise finish take damage. Well, I'm not too sure this is wrong. But perhaps this is giving us the no actual return statement. So let's give that a look. Well, it says that we should be stunned, of course. However, nothing really happens. So, maybe we should figure out why. This here character should be true. Unless character stun has its own start. It does indeed. It does indeed. There we go. So, we should be looking for character. And let's use the letter C here instead. Much better. If true, yes. There we go. It stuns for everyone. Problem solved. Wizards programming might be better than wizards going to Arby's.
I'm tempted to redeem Saruman. Saruman's a good one. I like Saruman.
And so we pass into the mountain. Happily, having debugged our code. And there we were happy. Among the trees and the woods and the streams. Smaller things in life. No more code whatsoever.
All right. Very good.
And now the question is, does this work for other enemies? I believe it should.
Four sets of vocal cords. Let's have a look. Come on, mate. Pya! Now you hit me. Yeah, very good. Oh, shoot. I can go like this. So it's this, 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 this. Oh, I couldn't get the last one. Let's try that again. Nice. Thanks, Trance. I dare you to say it. Oh, we died. Okay. Cool. Well, that's looking great. Looking really good. So now we can go back to our little man. Little Martin boy. Even that, blocking it feels more like a thing you can do. Okay. So he shouldn't laugh unless... Should he laugh if you don't take damage? I don't think my game's gonna have character voices. But even if you block, should he? Also, why isn't he getting knocked down? This should just go for him. He should do some other animation. Yeah, do you think he should try a couple other hits, maybe? Yeah, maybe. I think if I had infinite time, that's what I would do. I'd give him like a bunch of different things he could do. Gosh, I would make this game so interesting and interactive if I had infinite time. Yeah, how do I stop that from happening? He is chasing. I mean, how could this not be true? It might be because he's... let's have a look again. Oh, it's like we caught them. We caught them. But... if state is complete, if we can see the target, then just engage, right? So like, why is... So state is complete, state being... Oh, we go straight into chase every time we enter. Oh, I see. So it's actually because of... I think we want to do this condition. And then rather than this, we do that. Just so that whatever is happening, we just pick what's appropriate. So if we're in range, he'll just go into the attack. So what kind of videos are you guys looking for next? I'm doing Unity tutorials. Is that something that you all find interesting, or I was considering just continuing to do it. Okay, so now what? We got them, we got them, we got them. State machines. Is there anything more fundamental than state machines? I feel like I think animator has to come next. And then state machine. Or maybe it's both. Maybe that's just one video. So I'm not sure this... I don't understand. We go from walk just to itself over and over and over again. I just think that you can't really have one without the other. Hey, Bamkaya Art, welcome. Like, if I have a state machine, it's there to handle the differences in the animations, or at least it's one of the major reasons why you do it. And if you have the animator, how are you going to show the different animations without a state machine? I suppose animating a sprite could be one. That could be like creating and like using the animator or using your own animator without a state machine. I suppose I could do that and then state machines next. Do you have any videos about your scriptable object generator, scene graph, and state trees? Yeah, I do have a video about them, but it's not like a full tutorial. It's just like explaining what they are and how I made them. Benefit of using set, get versus methods. Well, setters and getters are a standard. They're just a technique that has been there around for a long, long time. If you want like a property instead, it's fine as well. It's more just conventions. Yeah. I'm so unsure as to why. What? Oh. Okay, I know why this isn't working. Try that. Straight away, it worked. Oh, it should be the bigger of the two, not the smaller of the two. And you should always face Armin. There you go. What about a tutorial on how to prevent scope creep? That's a hard one. I always find they feel like clutter to me. We're talking about getters and setters. Kind of blurring the field declarations with functionality, but yeah, everyone seems to use them as a default convention. Oh, hang on a second. When you say getters and setters, you mean getters and setters like here. You mean like that. That's a property. I think that also you should not use them as methods. I think you should use them so I think that what I do, so the only time I do this is if I need like public get private set, or if I have some value that I want to calculate regularly that's just one line of code. But that's not even I sort of do it like this. That's how I do it. I don't do get set on that. So so most of the time I don't have getters and setters like that with functionality inside of them, because it does violate the principle of, you know, you're treating it like a variable, and when you get a variable, if something gets changed inside of a get, that's not what you expect, because the get is just a read. It's like read write. So you're confusing that if you add functionality inside of a get. One thing that I do, which I think is like, it's criminal that this doesn't exist inside of Unity, but it's just the way that it is. This. Not this. Like something like this. So rather than having to write body.velocity equals new vector 3, blah, 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 comma, body.velocity.y, I just say vel x equals something. So I treat the body.velocity.x as a global variable for this object. And I can get it and set it without having to deal with the fact that it's actually a component of a vector. Because you can't assign components of vectors in Unity individually. I can't say body.velocity.x equals something, which you should be able to do, but you can't. So instead, I do something like this. That's the only time I do that. I'm sure you can extend it to do that, but it just feels like, yeah, as long as I just refer to vel x, it's like, oh yeah, that's... And you can't... The get doesn't change anything about it. v3.set, and then pass in xyz. But that's still kind of... I mean, it's shorter, but it's still assigning a new vector. I just want to assign to the x this thing. You know what I mean? So a lot of the time I just write, you know, like something like this. That's the whole thing. Vel x equals max speed times direction. And that converts to body.velocity equals new vector 2 max speed times direction, comma, body.velocity.y. All of that gets compressed down to that. That's the other reason why I do it. I also do it inside of interfaces. This is like a hack to make it, because interfaces can't have variables. So instead, you set a variable by defining a property of the same name. So I know that all things that abide by iState have a state machine called machine. Because you can't do that otherwise. You end up having to write a function called getMachine. So that's the way to trick C# into letting you have variables for your interfaces. But other than that, I don't really use them much. It's a big project. There are a lot of exceptions. It looks like I use them a lot, but comparatively not that much. I don't know why he dies so quickly without properly dying. It really bothers me. Like, he doesn't do the... So here he is. He's in scanline death. Which is this state. And he's just gone. I didn't even get to see the thing happen. Could you make the ground curved in my game? Yeah. Not... I mean, yes, but it's just going to end up being like a bunch of straight lines. You know, just like a tile that looks like this, a tile that looks like this, a tile that looks like this, a tile that looks like that. I think that's how they do it in Sonic. See, like this. It's loosely how they do it. Oh, I think I know what it is. I mean, should stun is going to turn false if this is dying. The state needs to be... We're doing death state. Voice broken, and we're not dying. Triple equal? I don't... Maybe I should be using triple equals, but I don't know if C# has that. Do you mean this is supposed to be that? No, that doesn't work. It's double. But anyway, hang on a second. I'm just not sure what the hell's going on here. So if I just attack him now, see how it sort of started and then it stopped? He needs to go like, but he doesn't do that. We only got a third of the way through. Why'd you stop, dude? Game time dot time minus die time is greater than life dot death stun. What is death stun? 0.4 seconds. That's dumb. That's super dumb. I looked at the waterfall scene for like 2 hours today trying to figure out why the grass highlights work so well. The grass highlights in the waterfall scene? What are you looking at specifically? When you say the grass highlights, do you mean like this? Or like this? Or like this? Like which parts? The background? This? This? Basically, this is what, is this what you mean? This is about, it's about the similarity of the color with the sky. This color and this color in terms of their brightness and saturation, and this color and this color. It feels like it's equally matched with the space. And then as we go towards the camera, we get darker because there's stuff obscuring other stuff. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, checking the death state. Man, still no good. Die from time? What? But death state has to be null for that. Does he not have a death state assigned? That would be obvious. That would be an obvious reason. Oh. I just didn't plug a thing in. I just didn't plug it in. That's better. The amount of times stuff is fine, and then I fix it more, but then that wasn't the problem, and then I realized I didn't plug a thing in. That's probably a third of my debugging time. It's just refactoring code that never needed to be refactored. It's better now, but I wish I didn't have to do that. Okay, so we did an animation for this guy. We didn't get very far with it. But it feels good, doesn't it? The slash? It feels correct for this kind of character. How many colors is this guy? The weasel? I don't know if you're being funny. ASprite. ASEPRITE trend news. So I might just take I'll do another one starting from here, this frame. Tonberry. Oh yeah, it does have Tonberry vibes, doesn't it? Is that possible to do with inheritance in Unity? Like have all small enemies with die, or is it more handy to do it separately? I use composition more than inheritance these days. So what it is that Martin is a kind of enemy, and all enemies have a slot for a death state. And so I just have to plug the death state into that enemy, and it will use that one. It's more of a prefab thing than a code thing. It's not that it needs to inherit a death state specifically. That's too... It's unnecessarily specific. Instead, it just needs a slot where the death state can go, and then I just plug it in the editor. There are only a handful of it. Like, there are only a finite amount of enemies in the game, and I need to set them all up anyway with sprites and rigid bodies and stuff. So having a module called scanline death that I can just plug in is trivial. It's about as convenient as it needs to be. It's just that I didn't plug it in that time. So you could ask the question like, oh, is there a way that you don't have to plug it in? But I feel like some things, you kind of rob yourself of the space to design things if everything is just exactly the same all the time and you never have to touch anything. I don't know. Maybe I'm being silly. So this guy is, he is which-handed? Far-handed. So it goes like this. And then this hand wants to do something like... This is hard. You know, it's so interesting. I've always wondered, like, about the enemies in the game. Like, people are always like, oh, they're so cute. Oh, I don't want to hurt them. And I realized if I just put a knife in their hand, they look so much less cute. I feel like it's so much, if they're armed, it's like, oh, I gotta attack this guy. He's coming at me with a knife. It's such a simple thing that I never really thought about. Like, they were always hostile, but like the fact that this one has a knife, you know, it's like, oh shit, he's armed. You know, nobody wants to get shanked. You know, I'm very close to making all of the smears like procedural rather than hand animated. I'm so close. Just making a tool that does it for me with like a shader and some, I don't know, some object. I know I can do it. I'll do it the way that Tessellator does it in his game. Does Thor know you're weaponizing ferrets? It's not a ferret, it's a marten. They're slightly different. Yeah, I agree, Got McKillers. It's more just this thing. It's just the smear. Also, the game needs to come out at some point. So what do I do? I think consistency. I mean, look, I've got a lot of VFX in the game that's procedural. Tons of them. Like, I've got like all of the special effects for the abilities is procedural. When will the second demo come out? Probably April. And yeah, the game does need to come out at some point. So sometimes you have to kill your darlings. I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater or anything. But, you know. How many more idioms can we pack into this conversation? Keep the water. That's what you would say, Twisted Family, with a username like that. Why are there no babies in that family? You throw them out every time you have a bath. All right. I really should be using the AEST plugin. I'm so deep into this project. Doing it this way is so manual. I just don't want the water to get dirty. It's a little exhausting. It's not a big deal. I mean, it takes me like, what, 2 seconds? But it's like I have to go here, go here, go here, apply that. Go here, go here, go here, go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's really not a big part of my day. I still do need to do, you know, one way or another, I need to assign the hitboxes. So it's kind of like, you know, maybe it's just the way that it is. It's like I'm trying to automate every step of game development away from myself. How do I avoid this stuff, you know? How do I avoid doing any of the game dev? It's just so laborious. But you know, like if this was like 3D animation, I could have just rigged this guy and then just copied animations from other enemies, had them do the same thing, you know? It would have been so much easier to do that. I could have made this game, like if I was making this in 3D, by the time all of the energy that I've put into it, by the time I got here, I would be like just smashing through content. But because I've done it in pixel art, every step of the way now, there's going to have to be an animator or two churning out animation frames that otherwise, if I was doing 3D, just wouldn't be an issue. It's a little sad. This will probably be my last pixel art game, I think. If I do, not like the last pixel art game, but like the last one like this, you know? Like nothing on this scale in pixel art. Unless I have a team of like 10 artists, you know? 3D to 2D pixel tools. It's just the art style is set. It's too late to do something like Dead Cells. And what this game has going for it, if I was to do the Dead Cells thing, it would be a completely different vibe. It would be a different proposition. Like the whole marketing campaign behind the game, the whole like identity behind it, would be a different game. So it's not like it's just a question of, oh, just make it so that the pixels are 3D instead of 2D. It's not like that. It's more just like I made a pixel art game, you know? So I don't know if this should be a forward attack or a backwards attack. I'm thinking another forward one. We'll see. Okay, let's cue that up. So he's got 2 attacks now. He's got overhead. And he's got follow up. And I think what I want is to, if I'm being clever, I'll do a version of this where he starts standing and goes into that and then attacks. And then I'll do one that's like the 1, 2, like 2 in a row. Or maybe it's just fine to have them be separate like this. I'd want him to be able to interrupt the main one into the second one. Maybe if he hits, I can interrupt into this. If he hits Armin's block state, he can go into the second attack, maybe. Now, okay. When do we do forward attack? Just do it like that. Yeah, there's AI stuff that could make this way more efficient. Maybe. Like it's like, oh, is it? You know, do we? Is it time to incorporate AI? It feels so antithetical to what I'm doing though. But I would rather create a world. I don't know, man. The problem is it's so expensive. That's the problem. If it wasn't so expensive, I would just hire people and we would all do it together. But if I had to do it alone, why wouldn't I use AI to interpolate all the frames or take this stuff and make it look like that? Surely there's a way to do that. Right? That has to be something that exists. With AI, you know? Like if I've, because it's like so much of it is cleanup frames. So much of it. Like this from here, right? This is the thing. From here, it feels good. It's in the game. You can play test it. It's great. From here to making it look like this is like another 3 hours of work. Just 3 hours of work burnt by just taking this thing and drawing that on all the frames, and taking this thing and drawing it on the frames, and taking the head and copying and pasting it on all the frames and adjusting it. It's just like at that point, it's just busy work to me. I don't find it interesting or fun. So if it was up to me, I would just automate that. Or everything after this point, I would automate. Like this stuff. This I could do better. I know I could do better. So maybe, you know, it depends on how easily this converted into the final thing. Like I could give it more detail, more rotation. All right. So now he's got 2 attacks and he does them on rotation, or not on rotation, he does them randomly, which is not good actually. He should do them either on rotation. Hello? Oh, okay. Wait, really? Why did he not move when he did that? Oops. He did the forward slash. Oh, that's kind of sick though. That actually, the way it like clanged the sword. That's kind of cool. Maybe I should give him a block as well. So now there's one more thing I want. I want to have on Mustelids don't block. Maybe like if it's like if he hits Armand's block animation, that needs to do something. So like here, it's almost like I could take the same condition that calls this. So I could say engine.armin Martin. Check this out. Engine.armin.stun. Why doesn't... yeah, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, dude. It's right there. Add listener. Get blocked. Okay. If info dot colliderprops dot collider dot animator, can I just check the animator? Hang on a second. Collision dot collider dot animator. Is it get animator? Yeah. So if this is me, if it was me, now we go overhead attack. Wait, what? Cool. That's fun. Let's see if that works. Mustelids didn't learn the ways of the knife just to block. Hello? Public. Mon Dieu. Oh, but he's gonna laugh straight away. There we go. Let's see if he laughs or not. Or he could be broken. I think that's just a nothing. I think that's fine. Oh. What does it mean? Value does not fall within the expected range. Okay, there we go. I love that as a get up attack. I love that. Like from on the ground, like a yeah, just like a backswing. So cool. Hey, Lazy Guru. He does. He does the 2 hits now. You see that? Ting ting. That's so cool. I don't have sword fights in a game like this. But I was going to do one thing. Yeah, camera's off just so you can see it. Oh man, it's so fun. And you know what? Having more enemies with this kind of depth, to me, gives me a really good reason to just have more of them in the level. These guys are supposed to be easy, but I wonder if it's too like. I don't know. I'm gonna do this my way instead of the way that the past me did it. Less damage, more life. Been watching your videos for a while now, and me and some friends are finally making a game. It is really hard, Krungle, but welcome. Best of luck to you. It's kind of cool when there's more than one of them, because they're so state-based, because they have like a ha 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 when they do an attack. They kind of give you a lot of openings. It means that I can have more than one, and it's kind of okay. They sort of naturally take turns a little bit, because there's so much of a break between their interactions. Let's give him 120 health. What just happened? Did we just like clang off of each other? There's no audio yet. I think the Get Up having no hip hurtbox. Well, they don't have a real Get Up yet. They're borrowing animations from somebody else, so. This is chapter 1 reset, but it's for a new demo. It's kind of, they're chapter 2 enemies that I'm bringing into chapter 1. It's sort of just a little bit of... Well, they do laugh when they actually hit you. That's how they work. Okay. Hurt. Well, actually, hang on. I don't know if they do. I think right now they hurt at the end of their attack sequence. If you block both, they'll still laugh at you. But it's mostly because I feel like they need like a... What's the word? I feel like they need to give the player space to attack. So they can still laugh at you. But someone was saying they should look a little frustrated or something. Maybe. So like, it's like a, or like a, Good morning. Guten Morgen. Okay. Hey, Donny the Pony. I'm working on an enemy Martin. A little enemy. I'm doing a hurt state at the moment. That was loud. Hey, Fielder, thank you so much for the follow. Lytics, thank you for the follow. Who else we got? We've got Jibrazin? Ibrazin? Maybe. Thank you for the follow. Clinkers, says Saravati, with pink. Okay. Things falling apart. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright, you asked for pink. Let's see what you got. Ooh. Good stuff. Have you got this yet? Are you not in here at all? Oh, you're undecided. $20.20. Well, you gotta let me know what you want so I can put it in here. Crap loaf. I miss crap loaf. Look at all these people that, all of our fallen brothers who don't really watch the stream anymore. F's in chat. Okay. Man, his poise sucks. See if we can boost that a little bit. I think his attack animations should have a bit more poise in them. Man, how do they not fund this game? That's what I think. How do they not fund it? So for those of you who have no idea what this stuff is, Clinkers is a game where we play it here with this chocolate here in Australia, where you don't know what color is on the inside. There's 3 different colors. When you bite into it, you guess what color it is, and then you open it up. And in our stream, if you guess correctly, I'll give you an Easter egg in the game on your behalf. That's Clinkers. Hey Shinobi. What's up? Ow. I almost feel like there should be a clang animation if they hit your block. This is Unity, yeah, that's right. I think the patrol state that I've got right now for these guys, I think I should just make them cross back and forth indefinitely, like on patrol. I'm going to update patrol to do that. Can Turk cancelling be considered an Easter egg? We'll see. Left wall distance? Oh, okay. Oh, I literally had this. I commented it out. Okay, well, that's cool. So the Martens by default. Well, I can do it on an enemy by enemy basis. Composition. So I have a patrol and I give the patrol to the enemy. That's the way that it works. And the patrol is defined, you know, wherever you want it to be. There's also something here that I don't like about patrol. Where I'd like to be able to create objects that dictate the start and end point. And I think I used to do that too. But instead I opted for something called range, where it just goes, I just place them in the center and they just walk back and forth towards the edges. But here I want these guys to cross over each other and go back the other way. I want them to kind of like be on a routine. And maybe that deserves its own script. But I think I'll have or maybe it's like a rotation. Do I have a different kind of patrol? Wall patrol, patrol points handler. What is patrol points handler? I mean, this is kind of what it is. But this is a mono behavior. It doesn't really work the same way. It's a lot of code, man. I don't know what uses this. Maybe the dog in the first part of the game? Yeah, the dog does. Okay. Hey, Flex Ice, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much for the good first tutorial on Unity. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's always interesting to think about, like, do you want options for like one state or do you want 2 different states? Thank you so much, Flex. I mean, I could make them ping pong between points. You know, something like this. Boom, 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 boom. I could make them do that. Especially if there's like an actual milestone here, like an object. That actually could be interesting to like, for the player to understand where their patrol points are visually in the game. I mean, it makes sense. That's what a real patrol is anyway. But it's kind of different to this. Maybe I'll make a new one. Let's do a new one. Let's do a new state and call it patrol rotation. Well, that's the thing. I don't want to go through all the scenes and make all the enemies that currently patrol either side of their spawn point with some range. I don't want to force them to have to do it. But I think this way we'll probably overtake that. Like I can start replacing them where I need to. It's not a big deal. It's just there's a bit of level design required, that's all. So what I'll do is I'll create this script and then I'll substitute them out where it makes sense and I'll leave the other ones in that are in. It's not a big deal. I'd just like to be a bit more critical about how I did this. Okay, so we got a public list transform. We need a navigate, we need an idle. I don't really want to deal with those. Don't need these anymore. Close. If index of destination see you, Twisted Family. This is ugly. If we're going forward, if we're going back and current index is 0, next index is that. Yep. If we're at the end and we're going forward, then it's 0. Okay. And then return next index. Ooh. The tile set for chapter 1, yeah, it's changed recently. So if state is complete, if state was navigate, then we reach destination is true, set idle false. If state's idle, then prepare destination. Okay, well that's all the same. I don't know why we need this. I'm just gonna get rid of it. Oh, I see. But I don't really... Sure. Okay. Cool. Nine days until rebirth. Really? Was it 9 days? 29th. Oh. I am not that excited about it right now. So, please compile. Did I make that not public? Am I that much of a doof? No, I made it public, so still recompiling. Hey, Ducks content, thanks for the follow. What is happening here? Range doesn't exist. Oh, I don't. Huh, so good. That's exactly what I want to do. So good. So now I can give different Martins different patrols depending on what I want them to do. So like by default, I just save this. I can take walk and put it there. I can take the idle and put it there. This can just sit there for now. And then like, let's say I want to put some stuff here. I don't know why this happens. It's really annoying. Like I want to see what this image is. Why can't I see it? And that'll go. Not very well, but maybe the bush. Let's swap these. So then I'm going to delete this guy. I'll put this guy here. I'll make his patrol. What percentage of the screen height should the player sprite be in an endless runner game? In an endless runner? Depends. What do you do? Is it like just the dinosaur game? In the Google dinosaur game, that kind of runner? Okay, so now we can take this and put it there as a waypoint. We can take this and put it there as a waypoint. Now he has 2 waypoints. That's a very big circle. What platform is the game coming out on? And how do you just have one jump? Like how many jumps do you have? How like intense is the interaction? All right, let's see if it works. Dunk, 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 dunk. He's walking. He's walking. He sort of doesn't want to walk anymore. I agree. I think prototype the gameplay and then make the character size feel good as a gray box, and then whatever size that is, then design your character sprite. I'm asking all these questions because they're important, you know? What? Is our current distance from the start greater than the distance between... Oh, that's like fully at the destination. Okay, I mean, I'd like to give him a little bit of tolerance. But, I mean, it's good to know he's specific about it. So what's going on here? Why does it not... Oh, because destination is not set up as anything to begin with. Oh, man. So what's this about? Why is he getting stuck? Not safe to move. Hmm. We need you to turn around. Wait, what? Oh. That's interesting. We could solve this higher up the chain, but I don't know if it's worth doing. Let's just do it here. Whatever. So when we go into this, we say base destination. We say core dot base position destination dot position. Right now, what's happening is he's saying he's running into the wall and then saying I don't know what to do from here because he's still facing the wall. That's still not right. Not safe to move. Why is that? Let's check his self-awareness. I mean, the wall safety is not great. But once he flips, I mean, I feel like that's fine. Mm-hmm. Hey, Saves the Queen. Thank you so much for the resub. 3 months in a row. It's my anniversary. Aw. Thank you so much. I think we need to describe Hey, Grandmaster Gory, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hey Adam, thanks a ton for the awesome content. I wanted to ask how you manage your finances being an indie game developer. Very poorly. Do YouTube and Twitch pay enough to keep you going, or do you have some sort of other investments, sources of income? I'm thinking about quitting my job and trying building a game, or a few, over a couple of years, but I'm scared about not drawing a regular salary. So, basically, this was something that I have been... Gosh, it's been the biggest point of stress in my game development career, and I really regret the fact that I've had to do it this way, but it's just the way that it is. Basically, I had a job. When I quit that job, I left the door open to do contract work for that company every so often. And I also had a few different contacts that were interested in hiring me for contract work anyway. So over the last 5 or 6 years, I've been progressively doing fewer and fewer contracts and doing more and more game dev. While I do the game dev stuff, obviously I make content on YouTube and on Twitch, and the content creation has been slowly paying for more of my cost of living. Right now, it still doesn't really cover it. Like, it's sort of, but I share rent with my wife, and, you know, I don't have any, I'm living quite tight at the moment. So, you know, things are okay. But, I mean, obviously, I'm very proud to have lasted this long doing it this way, but it certainly hasn't been a situation where I've saved money. I haven't been able to save any money. I'm just sort of getting by, you know, paycheck to paycheck sort of thing. Oh, he's like facing the same destination over and over again? Man, this thing of like doing nothing and then going, really bothers me. I don't understand. What's wrong with you, buddy? Why wasn't I doing that? Where did that go? Alright, let's see if it works. Also, what is this, man? What's the problem with this? That's actually so dumb. There's got to be a better way to do this part. Let me just think about it. It should never have to wrap around. Okay, if current word back and current index equals yes. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Thank you. Oh, clamping is not expensive at all. That's totally fine. What is this out of range exception? Ugh. I mean... Come on, dude. Still. How is it possible for this to be out of range? It's because next index is set to current index, which is 0. Hang on. So let's just say current index is 0. Let's say it's 0. And forward back is set to false. It's set up so it's like true false. So it's like forward is true, back is false. So if it's back and current index is 0, which is what it will be at the start, then we go forward and current next index equals current index plus 1. 0 plus 1 is 1. Waypoints 1. So what the hell? Do you know what? Because this is start, this might be happening on both Martins, even the one that doesn't even the one that doesn't have this stuff set up. It's that there's 2 of them in the scene. One of them doesn't even have a list of... There we go. One of them's got just like a different patrol system. All right. Damn it. That is so annoying. Why, dude? Wait, obstructed going to 12.33 from 12.23. Okay. Obstructed going to 605 from 12. Why is he obstructed? Why is he obstructed? Basically, because there's a wall. Wait, but then this is obstructed. Destination minus character dot position? Wait a second. One minus 100. That's negative. This is a direction. Wall proximity is in a direction. Okay, so that's fine. No, I haven't taken a break. I've been live.
What the hell?
Hey, Ryan Art, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hi, hi. All right. Well, I think I know how to do this. The state machine's going great. It's this goddamn obstruction check is killing me. Thanks, Ryan Art. So basically, when we prepare destination, we say navigate props.destination equals destination.position. So we prepare the destination and then we set navigate with navigate props. Oh, this should be true, right? Why is that false? Oh god, that's so annoying. That is just so bad. That's why. It wasn't updating the destination because it wasn't forcing him to restart the check. Damn it. Still no. That is just, it's exhausting. Let's just normalize this, just in case. Wait, what? It says false. It says he's not obstructed. So what the hell? I think this is because this is from the last fixed update. So even if I spin him around, it's going to be false because the last time we checked was false. So I need to force this. This is navigate. I think it should be on every do. I don't think it should be every fixed update. Let's try that. And on enter. Let's try that. It feels so ugly. This is like one of those things where like it's such a minor bug that 50% of the time you write this, you don't get it, and it never happens. But just because of the almost like it's kind of like a race condition sort of thing, but it's so invisible that like there's just no way I would have anticipated this could fail this way. And I don't know if the way I'm fixing it now is like better. It's a happy accident. It's an unhappy accident, I'll tell you what. Yay! We did it. Oh god. That was just so painful. Hey buddy. Hey. Hey. How you doing? Ah! Okay. Thank you. Jeez Louise, that was just something, wasn't it? That was just so stupid. Hey, TerraClaim. Thank you so much for watching. Cool. Okay. Gosh, that was just... I can't believe how much effort that was. So this guy should still run just fine. I don't know what it is that he's clanging against. Sometimes we like sort of trade blows. Maybe it's nothing. That's so cool, man. I would like it to be a little more loose with us so that we can see him a little better. That zone camera. That's better. Oh, it's still not great. Thanks, Green Ranger. Okay, that's really cool. It's really coming along. They'll need, additionally, fall and rise animations and a knockdown, which will have to be 1 frame each because this is starting to get a little time consuming. There's going to be a lot of frames for this one guy. rise, fall up, fall down. Or maybe it's just fall. And it just covers both. And then knock down. And also get up. So ball is going to look like this. It's going to be like, oh. Don't you think there are so many similar games, and is it a problem? What do you mean by similar games? Similar games to this? I don't think so. What do you mean by similar? So I don't have like a Metroidvania map in my game, no. The way I see it, it's like this. If this game came out today, I'd be playing it. So it's like, there's clearly, at least from my perspective, like I'm somebody who would play this game. And it's not because the game is a pixel art game. It's because the game has, you know, features and a story and elements that I'm interested in as a player. So I feel like you have to know, like, I feel like it's my job as the developer to market the game correctly based on what it is. And I feel like for people who are interested in what it is, they should be interested, you know? Like, I don't think it's like a, I don't think there really is a market saturation question with this kind of thing. It's like someone saying, don't you think there are too many movies? You know? Like for me, no? Like I don't think I ever, I don't think I could feel that way. I mean, of course I'm biased, but then why would anybody make anything if they weren't interested in playing it? Or like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't expect you to want to play this game if I didn't want to play it. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you have to ask the question, it's probably not your kind of game. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're sort of like, well, isn't this kind of pixel thing done already? It's like, well, maybe it's just not for you, you know? Because I would never ask that question. You know, if you love Marvel, you're not gonna say, oh man, I'm so sick of all these Marvel movies. Although these days I kind of am. But that's mostly because the quality is bad. If the Marvel movies were still good, I'd still be watching them. And if a really good one came out, I'd probably still watch that too. Yeah, also, you couldn't stop me from making this game. Like, this is what I want to make. Like, I didn't choose this game because I thought it was a market opportunity. You know what I mean? I didn't go, oh, I should make a pixel art game. People love pixel art games. You know, that's not why I did it. To be honest, I think the AI thing, I can't see a world where people talk about like personalized games. They're like, oh, in the future, you'll just be able to watch whatever movie you want and play whatever game you want to exist. It'll exist. The computer will just generate it for you and you'll watch it back in your mind. It's like, I don't want personalized art. That's not the point of art. It's not for it to be personal to me. It's for it to be personal for the person who made it and for me to resonate with that. Like, I don't think if you were to say to me, hey, Adam, there's a gallery out there filled with art. It's got infinite pictures in it. Do you want to go visit that gallery? It was all made by a computer. All of the art was made by a computer. I would say probably not. That sounds like Google Images. You know, like, I don't know if I'm really interested in seeing that. Hey, Pon. Because like none of it means anything. You know what I mean? If it didn't have a person behind it, what is it? What's it for? What does it mean? It's just like something that exists. But like, why would you want that? Like, okay, let's just say you get your very own, I don't know, what's a game? Like, it's your very own Celeste. It's a full game. But only you play it. Everybody else has their own Celeste with different levels, different characters, different story. It gets generated on the fly. Everybody has their own medieval fantasy world with different names, different characters, different stories. No, that sucks. What are you talking about? That's so shit. I want to be able to play the same game you're playing so that we can talk about it. I want to be able to say, like, wow, do you remember that part where this happened? Well, my favorite character is so-and-so. If you have your own world and I have my own world, it's like the multiverse thing. It's like all of this doesn't matter because every version of it exists. Why wouldn't they be able to do co-op or something? Yeah, but now we're talking about shared experiences. I'm saying the more you personalize an experience to the player, the less that experience has anything to do with anybody else. So the less shared it's going to be, right? It's like if oh, Adam, we know you like medieval fantasy featuring anthropomorphic animals in the style of Redwall, and we're going to set this fantasy world in, you know, this kind of atmosphere from this inspired by this continent. It's like, yeah, but you're going to get one that's slightly different. Like, it's what you're just, I think what's cool is the potential of a game that was like, we all think, oh, a fantasy game, that sounds cool. Oh, set in this setting, that sounds cool. But if you have 100 of them, they all feel less cool. A 100 of them that nobody can tell, like, there's no way of searching for them, or it's almost like Minecraft seeds, you know? Like, does anyone go, oh, you should play this Minecraft seed I found. It's the best world. Nobody says that because there's like infinite Minecraft seeds. And just because you found a cool one, like I got one too. Like everyone's got one, you know? Yeah, but they're all like, what am I trying to say? When the seeds aren't personalized and the act of speedrunning is a shared experience. What we're describing is more just like the seeds themselves. Like, how do I separate this out? Like maybe there'll be a, like, let's just play devil's advocate. In a future world where everyone gets their own game, and they can make up whatever game they want. They can prompt the AI, and the AI is giving you, you know, whatever game, and it gives you a seed. So it gives you a string that's like the hash for that game that you generated with the prompts. I think the difference between the game that the AI comes up with and the seeds in Minecraft is that some Minecraft seeds are much, much better for speedrunning than others. But an AI would generate essentially basically the same kind of worlds. It's not going to accidentally make a really good game among a sea of really bad games. Do you know what I mean? The search for a good game generated by AI will not be one where there's one diamond in the rough, where it's like, and the point of speedrunning is to find like the one that is most speedrunnable, right? It's like, well, if we use this seed, we can shave this much time off or whatever. It's like, yeah, but if we're all just talking about random stories, like books in a library, AI can be made to vary that way. But why would you make the AI make bad games on purpose just so that some of the games it made were good? Like, it's starting to get really weird. Maybe. It's kind of like a weird blockchain-y way of doing, like, content creation. That's so icky, man. What kind of that would be so dystopian. And the ways that they were bad, the bad ones, the ways that they were bad would be so contrived. Like when a chess engine deliberately makes a bad move, you know? It's like, it feels cheap. It's like, oh, this was the part that was programmed to be bad. Because you would never make this decision, you know? And the parts that were innocuous, the filler stuff, would just be all the same stuff. It would be like, the way that like AI photos, like Mid-Journey and stuff, it's like all of what it thinks, when you say beautiful, crisp, HD, blah, 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 it's like, it always does this thing where it smooths everything out, and it's like, it looks good, but it doesn't look good in a human way. It just looks good in a way where I can't point out any flaws. So like, I feel like every movie, if it was like a game, a single player fantasy game made by an AI, I feel like it would be so flawlessly generic. You know what I mean? Unless it was like, how do you, I don't know. I really think that the story of content being created by humans is the interesting thing. When a movie is being directed and filmed and you go, who's going to be in it? Like, oh, this actor's really good. I like this actor. It's a social element to it. Oh, the writer and director from this movie is on board. Oh, wow, that's cool. And then the movie comes out and you go, let's all talk about whether it was good or not. We had to wait this long for the movie to come out, you know? I want that. I want the thing where there's only one world. You know? Actively. I want us all to enjoy the one shared universe. I don't want reality to be subjective to every single person. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to walk through the world and put on an AR visor, and for my AR visor skin of the universe to be a different skin to what you see. Like today, when I look at you, you're wearing a red shirt, and when you look at me, I'm wearing a blue shirt. But when I look at me, I'm wearing a red shirt, and when you look at you, you're wearing a blue shirt. You know? That's dumb. That's so stupid. And I say, oh, you're looking very good today. And you say, you too. We picked out each other's outfits. You know, like, ugh. That's so dumb. And in my AI visor world, everything looks medieval. And in your AI visor world, everything looks sci-fi. You know? And you've got your AI girlfriend, and your best friend has the same girlfriend, you know, but she's also AI, but she's different for him a little bit. Like, ugh. That's so depressing. Oh god. It's just so bad. You might as well just put our brains in boxes and just feed us directly into the matrix, and then just let the robots take over. And that's not a good future. That's not a future that anybody wants. It's just like, it just sounds cool because it's different, but then once you live it, you'll just hate it. Like it's so much better when you have the constraints of reality, I think. I don't know. Like if you could have chocolate for every meal, but it tastes like chocolate, but it's actually just like Soylent. It's just like, it's your favorite food every meal. But actually it's just, you know, it's just some thing, but you're getting the taste of what you're getting is actually, you know, your favorite thing. Eventually you'll get bored of it. You know, you don't want your perception of perfect presented to you all the time. Captain the Chaos. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I think that people, even like people's motivation to do anything, most of it is based on like personal interest, followed by social recognition. You know what I mean? Followed by necessity. If you remove social recognition, because everyone's got their own world, and you remove necessity, like, why do anything, you know? Like if I made this game and then nobody played it, what a waste of time that would be. Do you know what I mean? If it was only a game that I could make and it was only playable by me and it was in my little bubble, I wouldn't be interested in making it. If I wouldn't have a YouTube channel if you weren't going to watch the content. Do you know? Like I don't just want to talk against a wall for my own navel gazing, you know, objectives. But I feel like personal, like AI generated games is like a one-way trip down to that world where like everything is so personalized that nobody shares the experience. I don't want to play or make games that nobody else has any experience of. And the more accessible something is, the more it decreases in value. Pon, that's a great way to put it. I agree. Why bother reading something no one was ever bothered enough to write? Yeah. Refu, thanks for the follow. I even look at like anything AI generated today and I'm not impressed. Like anything generated by AI as opposed to AI assisted. Like if there's a human behind it and they happen to be more powerful because the AI managed to just save them time, like that's totally fine. That's great. That's Copilot. That's whatever, you know, AI tweening, that kind of stuff is great. You know, because it's empowering human intent and design. Using an AI to replace human intent, every version of it is so boring. It's so boring. And I feel like it's boring on premise. Like it's boring because of what it is. I don't know. Like, have you guys spoken to ChatGPT? The ChatGPT app is absolutely infuriating to talk to. It sounds great the first couple of exchanges you have with it, and then eventually you realize like it's just there to regurgitate what you say back to it. That's literally all it does. If you ask it, like, hey, can you be more critical of what I'm saying? Could you offer some perspective? It's like, I'm here to be supportive, lol. It's like, I don't want support. That's not, I don't have a conversation with somebody to hear what I want back to me. You know? But it's not that it's not a good conversationalist. It's that it's not a human. By definition. Like, it's just that. Because, like, there's just something different. There's just something different about knowing that the person you're speaking to took X amount of years to develop those opinions. You know? It's actually quite similar to like imagine a discussion forum where every single person was just an AI. Like if I told you, hey, tomorrow, Reddit, some percentage of Reddit comments are going to be AI generated. And it could be 0 and it could be 100. Do you care either way? If tomorrow you woke up and I told you, hey, in the last 2 days, every single Reddit comment you ever read was computer generated. I feel like that would be, I would feel like betrayed. I would feel like sick. Like I would feel like, oh, I don't want to be there anymore immediately. Cause like, well, nobody is there. Like I want to be with people, do you know? I don't know. That just feels like, to me, the idea of being in an empty space full of nothing, but having my senses projected back at me in a way that's just there to make me feel good. The dopamine comes in when it's supposed to, the adrenaline comes in when it's supposed, that is just like, that's not experience anymore. Like why would I'll just walk straight out of that, you know? Give me reality, please. Even if everything that was happening inside of the experience was completely coherent and completely realistic, like, I just don't want it. You're describing hell. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the Matrix, right? Anyway. I don't know. It's just... You'd be a human purist. Yeah, I'm a human. Of course I'd be a human purist. Unless... Actually, I'm not a human purist. I just think that the AI we're describing, this kind of AI, is not... It's not, how do you put this? Large language models and neural nets, the kind that we have right now, are not sentience. And there is a difference between sentience and knowledge. The difference between understanding and knowledge. And understanding implies some kind of subjective experience. So I actually wouldn't be opposed to there being androids, you know, like people who had synthetic brains or whatever, who had experiences that they lived through, you know, like Zenyatta from Overwatch or whatever. Like, sure. If there's like an actual being that has experiences that are subjective, that's valuable to me. Then I'll talk to that robot. I'll, be its friend or whatever, because it's got some subjective experience of reality that gives it some perspective that's unique and interesting, like a human. You know, the same way an animal does. I'm not like a human purist. It's not that I don't like, you know, all intelligence is, in that sense, all sentience is worth protecting and is interesting. You know, art made by an elephant is still interesting, even if it's not made by a human. But art made by an art generation algorithm that just takes all the art that had been programmed and spits it back out again in different variations, that's not interesting to me. Because all it does is this. All it does is this. You feed in a bunch of cool art, right, that real people made, and it takes the art and it creates a big space out of the art, and it places all of the things in the space that were fed to it, and all it does is pick a point in the space and give you that out. I don't want reality to be considered space to be traversed. You know, I don't want creativity to be considered parametric space that way. I just don't like that. It seems like it takes the beauty out of traversal. It takes the beauty out of it, because the journey, oh my God, I'm really going to say it, right? It's not the destination, it's the journey. The experience of a person who had to live through exploring this space to find their art, that's what makes that art valuable. Not the fact that you could map creative space and just spit out something that happened to exist in it, because most of the stuff in this space is garbage. It's that this space is made up of valleys and peaks, and the humans are the ones defining where the peaks are through their travels as an artist. That's the interesting part. Anyway, so I've said my piece. I'm gonna go now. I was kind of ready to be done with the stream anyway, but that was a fun little digression. I haven't ranted for a little bit. But it's not all just data. It's only just data if you think of life as just data. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you want to think of, this is why I hate social media. Social media has turned everything into algorithms, and algorithms suck ass. They just suck. It's so lame to be a content creator in this environment where everything that I do is being like introspected on by some computer constantly to decide whether someone else should see it. You know? In this like hyper derivative, it just creates this thing where everybody has to make the thing that works right now. All the thumbnails have to be the same. All the titles have to be the same. And it just creates this like icky, boring, homogenized noise that is just, it sucks to be in. You know what it feels like? It feels like eating like food that has just been pumped with like high fructose corn syrup. That's what it feels like. It feels like everything is supposed to be awesome and amazing. And because it's all awesome and amazing, none of it is. You know? My wife has this thing where she finds people on TikTok who have like no likes, and she follows those people. And it is interesting. Like it's a different world there, down there, because it's so impossible to be like, it's like the opposite of the algorithm, you know? My blood is low fructose corn syrup. Yeah, I agree, John. Like, I really don't think that like AI art portrait. And you know what? It bothers me when I see like, let's go to like incognito mode, and go to YouTube. Let's go to like the main page of YouTube in full incognito and just see what happens. Let's just see how many of these are AI generated. We'll see if we can point them out. Gosh, I hate signed out YouTube. Like this might be. This probably is. I see it a lot. Who does it? Was it Kurzgesagt? Who does it now? Somebody that is, but it's this weird thing where, oh, that definitely is. Where it's like, there's something about it where my brain sees it the same way that it sees a banner ad on the side of a website. My brain goes, oh, that's not something that I'm supposed to look at. It's not that it's it's not that it's uncanny. It's not that it's good or bad. It's that it feels synthetic, you know? Just the thumbnails we're talking about. Like there's just something synthetic about it that I just lose. Like this here, right? This is AI generated for sure, right? And when I look at it, it's like, oh, is it? I'll tell you, there's this guy who does the Studio Ghibli playlist. This one, 2 hours of relaxing Ghibli music. Okay, a lot of these are, I think it's this channel. They just release the same thing every single day. It's the same playlist. It's 2 hours long. And they release the same one every day. And some of these, like this one and this one, this old man with this looks like Hayao Miyazaki. That's not from any movie. Like there's no movie where this happens, I don't think. And the ones that don't have any movie behind them, I just go, well, I'm not interested in seeing a Studio Ghibli-esque thumbnail and listening to Studio Ghibli-esque music. Do you know what I mean? I want to listen to a real soundtrack from a real movie. You know? I know which ones are and which ones aren't. Like that's from a real one. That's from a real one. That's from Kiki's. That's from Spirited Away. Like, that's from Princess Mononoke. Like, the ones that are real, I just am more interested in because there's a real experience. Because it feels circular, but it's I don't know how else to explain it. Like, when it's real, it's better. Not because it's visual. I mean, this looks fine. This looks cool. It's not wrong. It's not uncanny. It's just not from a movie. So I don't care about it. Hey, Lord of Pencil. Is getting a computer design degree still worth it after Sora? I mean, the thing is, like, again, I don't think that this stuff is like, it's not good. Like, what does this do? What do you guys get out of this? Sort of like not quite stock footage of a person full of not quite, like it's clearly, like it's not, like, okay, let's say it gets better. What value does this have to you? That's my question. Is this valuable to you? But why would you... I just don't know. I just don't know how the parts of this that would be valuable. Let's just say I wanted to direct a film and I used Sora to do all the footage. None of the parts that was Sora would be the interesting parts. The girl in the window, I think that's the one you're describing. Yeah. Like, it being impressive is not, it's not valuable. It's neat, but it's not, it doesn't make me go, you know, like, oh, this is, now we can do this. You know? Yeah, it doesn't give you anything. Like, this is, if this isn't a real video of a real car, it might, you know what it's as good as? It's as good as someone saying, imagine a car driving down a dirt road. That's what this is valuable. That's the extent of this value. It's just the same as someone saying, imagine this. Okay, cool. I'm imagining it. Now what? Like, it's not... Well, that's the thing. I'm saying, like, I really think, like, if a person uses AI to do something interesting, the interesting parts of that is what the person provided. To me. But we'll see. I mean... What if it was imagine the story of Princess Mononoke? But like, if I did that, and there were, I don't know, maybe. Look, do you know what? If there was like an official AI generated Princess Mononoke Studio Ghibli generator, maybe I would watch that every day. Maybe we would just sit there and soak up all of the Studio Ghibli AI generated movies that were presented to me. Every day is a new Studio Ghibli movie, and I get to watch it. Maybe. But you know what? What would be good about it would be the fact that, like, all of the Studio Ghibli-ness in it. Like the I don't know. What can I say? Like, maybe. I'm just a bag of bones anyway. Because, like, sure, I'll listen. But then, do you know, like, I've got this thing with music as well. Like, there's this thing with well, this will be the last point. I won't say any more after this. I'll go. Do you listen to random fantasy music playlists on YouTube? I guess it's the same thing as the thing we were talking about before. Fantasy music on, like, fantasy music playlist. If you just put this kind of stuff, it's fine, but it's not like, I'm not like, I mean, this is written by someone, but the fact that I don't know where it's from or what it's for makes it much less interesting to me. I don't know why, but like, if I listen to like the Skyrim soundtrack, it's like, oh, I've played that game, I've been there, that speaks to me. Sorry, Peter Sandberg. All right, I'm gonna go, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. If you're on YouTube, come check us out on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, go sub on YouTube. I actually put out a new video, 2 days ago, about getting set up with 2D movement in Unity. So if you're interested in that stuff, go check it out. That's the stream, pals. as always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals, this has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.